When the draw came out, I think everybody wanted to Jannik and myself play in the semi-finals. I think it's one of the most difficult challenges that we can face in the tennis right now. It's difficult to play against him.
I want to measure myself on the clay. It's a surface where I struggle a lot sometimes, and especially in the beginning, so I'm even more happy to be in the semis.
The way that he hit the ball is unbelievable. He pushes you to the limit in every ball. You have to run like it is a marathon.
Rock solid. Now he wants the crowd.
I'm a player who likes have this kind of challenge, really difficult one.
Semi-finals, they're special occasions, on center court against special players, so a great occasion to show some good tennis.
Le premier joueur à rentrer sur le court n'a que 21 ans. Il est numéro 3 mondial. Il a déjà remporté 2 titres en Grand Chelem. Il est espagnol, Carlos Alcaraz.
The Wimbledon champion, then former world #1, out first onto court. Philippe Chatrier, then Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, the 3rd seed, back in the semi-finals here for the 2nd year in a row.
Il sera opposé au numéro 2 mondial, vainqueur de l'Open d'Australie cette année, l'Italien Jannik Sinner.
The Australian Open champion also out onto court, Philippe Chatrier, Jannik Sinner. This is the one that both players have said that everyone wants to see, and it's tough to argue with that. The new era in the men's game here, and a rivalry renewed for the 9th time in their respective careers, for the 3rd time in Grand Slam tennis, and for the 1st time here on the iconic Roland-Garros clay. Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz there to go head-to-head. The first semi-final of the men's singles at Roland-Garros 2024. What a day for it as well here. The sun shining after the difficulties with the weather earlier in the event. Everything is going up a notch or two as we get to the climax of this year's Roland-Garros. Carlos Alcaraz, of course, at this stage 12 months ago, disappointment for him, but since then has won another Grand Slam title. Wimbledon here for the first time, as is his opponent, Jannik Sinner.
Okay, guys, so we have Bastian and Zoe. They're going to help us with the coin toss today. Can we please take a photo first over to that side, the 4 of you? Thank you. So for the match, 5 tiebreak sets, 6 balls have a 9-ball change. I call the net. 25 seconds between points. For the ball marks, if I have a doubt, I'll be going myself anyway, but obviously feel free to call me if you want me to check anything. And for your towels, Carlos, you have the orange towel, so please use the orange box. And Jannik, you have the blue, use the blue. Any questions before we start? No? Qui va choisir? Oh, attends. Encore une fois. Carlos, we have player or ball?
Player.
Player. Vas-y. It's ball.
Receive.
You receive.
I stay.
Okay, good match.
So then choosing to receive. We got there in the end on that one. What a glorious day this is as well. I mean, this is amazing, this court, always, the matches that we have here, but look at the backdrop here. I mean, this is pretty much ideal for the match that everyone's talking about. Don't tire of those images, do you? One of the great courts in the world in this wonderful sport. Guy McCree, delighted to be with you and delighted to be, as always, particularly on a day like this, to be alongside 17-time Grand Slam doubles champion Mark Woodforde. Mark, good afternoon to you. It's funny, isn't it? When you come up here to the commentary position, you walk around, there's always a buzz. But just get the feeling today, with these two going head-to-head, this is something else in prospect here. Let's look at them in detail, first of all. Starting with the Australian Open champion and the man who will be the new world #1 on Monday.
Well, yeah, exactly. And good afternoon to you, Guy, and everyone tuning in to this mega match. This is le grand match of the tournament. And Jannik Sinner, of course, newly anointed #1 ranked player. And I wonder, you and I were also discussing as we came on air, is that something that could disturb Jannik Sinner? The fact that he's already arrived at #1, is that a distraction? Or is he able to compartmentalise and just have those blinkers on and take on Carlos Alcaraz?
Yeah, because, I mean, he's been excellent, as we see, through the tournament. Sinner, just the one set you commentated, that one where he had difficulties with the Frenchman, Corentin Moutet, but solved the puzzle.
Absolutely. It's putting the jigsaw pieces together. And the first set, that's the beauty of the 5-set format. There's no panic, calmness. There's a good friend of mine, Darren Cahill from Adelaide. We grew up playing together, and he's been a welcome addition to Team Sinner. Simone Vagnozzi is the head coach, the lead coach, and they have a couple of others, a trainer, fitness coach, etc., that are part of the team. But Darren Cahill has been, boy, I think a tremendous influence and helped impact the outcome of that Australian Open final.
Yeah, and that will help him, obviously, here as he goes now into the back end of this tournament. What of his opponent here, though, the current Wimbledon champion? I mean, both these two had, let's remember, had injury concerns as well coming in here. Sinner with the hip, Alcaraz in terms of the forearm. But again, similar things you can say of him. He's been tremendous with his tennis through most of the rounds here.
Yeah, the more matches that they get to play, the longer they stay in the tournament, the more dangerous they become. And now we get them playing head-to-head. So this is what the anticipation is about. These two are the next generation of men's tennis. Started off, solid against JJ Wolf. Unfortunately, JJ is just not at home on the clay. So a nice warm-up. Pushed in that second match. A lot of talk about that second round against de Jong. But he's just moved through calmly today's semi-final.
He's got a former winner of the Coupe de Mousquetaire in his corner as well. I mean, what a bonus. You talk about having Darren Cahill for Sinner, but equally for Alcaraz to have the Mosquito, as he was known, in your corner is superb.
Totally. It is, for me, it's one of the key components for the marquee guys when they're arriving at this stage, to have that experience that they can tap into from people who've experienced it themselves.
Yeah. We'll get into this. I'm not sure we can do this in 20 to 30 seconds, go through the head-to-head. I think there's some points to draw out of it. You see it's 4-all there, breaking it down a little bit for now. It's 1-all at the majors overall there. First time they're meeting here. There is very little to separate them, and that extends to the time spent on court, just 13 minutes between them. You know, you can spend hours, Mark, poring over different metrics to do with this, and we'll bring some of that out, but it's just on, in so many respects, it's on a knife edge, this one.
It is so equally balanced, and we're here, we're supposed to try and break it down. It is hard. I think it's almost like a horse race. If you have a favourite colour of the silks, then that's who you end up picking. I think it is going to be evenly matched in this match, in this encounter. For those at home, if they're wherever they are tuning in for this, put your seatbelt on, get ready for this heck of a ride. I think we're going to be here for a bit.
Installez-vous rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
This has the potential to be the match of the event. Let's see if it lives up to the hype. Two current Grand Slam champions going head-to-head for the 9th time.
Alcaraz.
First time here.
Play.
Alcaraz to begin.
Chance 0.
Just warming up there, teasing each other out. An early exchange.
Chance.
Going to be a few rallies like that. Through as well, Sinner.
Chance 30.
Alcaraz taking the backhand on. Didn't quite get the angle.
Fascinating, Mark. You know, just I think looking around Chatrier as well, everyone's settling in. You made that point, you know, buckle up, enjoy the ride along. They know each other's games so well. And it's funny, although there are differences, there's you know, you look at their games, there are very, very little in the way of weaknesses. I think that's why so many of the sets in the past have been so tight. You know, there's a little bit to put across to you. There's a little bit. Alcaraz is, as you've made through this tournament, made the point again, explosive. Sinner is more, you could argue, more methodical. But you look at the big strengths they've got, what they do well. There's not a lot to choose between them in many respects.
Yeah, you know, just to name a quick few. I mean, their forehand dominant. Movement, exceptional. Backhands are extremely solid. They both transition to the net extremely well. First serve, packed with some punch. And it's maybe Alcaraz just a slight edge as far as the experience in Grand Slam finals, but it is close. Sinner, having won the Australian Open, he's getting used to that Grand Slam feel.
Alcaraz's parents in attendance here. Around, of course, earlier on in this second week. Touch from Sinner and an early pump of the fist. The way these two have started, I mean, this is just the opening game, but steely looks from both of them.
Yep, and both have, in points in this first game, got to net. Both have used their forehand. Alcaraz already throwing in the drop shot.
Mira Andreeva there, standing up, of course, was semi-finalist in the women's draw, the teenager.
Avantage, Sinner.
Okay, so first break point in the opening game, and just according to some of the data, it's at these moments where Jannik Sinner doesn't hold back on a break point. He's not paralyzed, tight. He actually increases ball speed.
Alcaraz cracks there. A break here for Sinner, underlining the dialed-in start he's made to this one, the Italian.
And that feedback is from an accumulation of all the matches that they've played thus far at Roland-Garros. In that particular rally, it did look like that Alcaraz had more weight of shot off the forehand, that he was looking for the forehand. Unfortunately, finding the net in the final forehand.
Prenez vos places rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
Last Italian to win here, Francesca Schiavone, 2010.
Ooh, that was a little Italian twist on your tongue there, Guy.
Yeah, I wonder how the natives would rate it out of 10.
Well, some of them on our headset are coming in and saying bravo.
Au service, Jannik Sinner.
Well, she could play, certainly, and Sinner's come to play here predictably with this start. First Italian man to hit the top of the ATP rankings, massive unit.
Significant. They're having just a fantastic run in tennis in general. Of course, tomorrow, the final with Paolini.
What a story that's been.
Oh.
Zero.
Filippo Volandri in there as well. I mean, everyone's here today. They keep our team busy, aren't they, with all these, all of them in attendance. You can understand why. Everyone wants to see this match.
Yeah.
Hottest ticket in town.
Schiavone also participating in the Legends event.
Zero.
As a former singles champion. And of course, Volandri, he is the current Davis Cup captain, so he is watching his #1 player. No doubt hoping that he will commit to playing Davis Cup later in the year.
Zero.
Yeah, of course, the title defence. And with Italy having won that at the end of last season, you talk about Sinner's development. We naturally focus a lot on the Australian Open crown. But winning Davis Cup, I've seen it countless times, how it can set you up to go on and achieve even greater things. He seems to be another example of that.
Oh. Sinner.
Another one. Another winner from Sinner.
Sinnerman.
This start's not too shabby, is it, from the Italian?
Not at all. And have a look at the balance when he moves out to the left. A two-handed backhand. And it really reminds me of, I mean, I'm not a great skier, Guy. I'm not sure how polished you are on the ski slopes, but you know, the way that he just slides over to that backhand and comes to a stop, it really is. And he is an accomplished skier. So they say.
in the start that he's made, Sinner. No, the point you make, Mark, actually, I mean, where he's from as well in Italy, the Tyrol, and what he was doing, watched some stuff of him growing up, because that was the sport that he excelled in first of all. And I've said a few times, I'll say again and again, we are so grateful that he transitioned over to tennis and what he's gone on to do. But yeah, the movement, actually, you talked about going out wide to the backhand. If you watch him actually skiing in terms of slalom technique, it's extremely similar. Mistake there from Alcaraz, meanwhile.
15.
5 unforced errors already here.
Not quite getting a chunk of the return, but what he's done well in the tournament, Jannik Sinner, is be willing to actually step in closer to the baseline, if not inside the baseline, compared to the other 3 players that are alive in the tournament.
Injected that bit of pace, and it's tough to rush either of them. Force them into an error. That's what he was able to do there. Really impressed with the quality of the start from Sinner here. And he posed the question rightly, you know, coming into this, because there was so much talk about possibilities of going to world #1 and getting that, and the way that he got it. So all the talk was, yeah, get to the final.
That was the emphasis, yep.
The way he started here, it's almost like, okay, I've moved on from that already. That's going to be confirmed on Monday. Now I want my second major title.
Yeah, which is, it's not an easy thing to achieve. I think more often than not that you arrive at #1 after winning, whether it's a big tournament or a 500 series. I mean, it's more about you accomplish it after winning a tournament. So it's a rare occasion that what he's experienced, and it hasn't turned him off.
It's unsettling, Alcaraz here in these early stages, Sinner. That, as we know, is extremely difficult to do. He's managing it, and he's 2 breaks up here, the Italian. 3-love opening set.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Installez-vous rapidement, s'il vous plaît. Reprise.
So what a start it's been here to this first semi-final from Jannik Sinner, the 2nd seed. 2 breaks up. The Italian on Spaniard Carlos Alcaraz here. Amazing, really, looking at the Both these two claiming their 50th Grand Slam main draw match wins previously in this tournament. How similar their numbers are in that respect as well. And extending it out as well. Now that they've both achieved that, they'll go on and achieve an awful lot more. But 50 major match wins, how they compare with those three greats as well, very similarly is the headline take from that.
Zero.
Rematch here. There, on the left of picture.
40-0.
Well, we expect it to be tight over the longer haul. This is still early stages in what is, of course, a best of 5. But Sinner here on the brink of carving a pretty handy opening section here on Alcaraz. Love game. 4-love.
Back-to-back love games by
Sinnerman, 4-0.
We're looking to get behind Alcaraz here, yet to get on the board. He had the first opportunities there, the Spaniard, but his rally ball here, not massively at the moment troubling Sinner. Sinner able to easily inject pace. Almost like in that exchange there again, Mark, it was like, right, is that what you've got? Alcaraz doing most of the dictating in that point without being able to decisively get Sinner out of position. Long way to go, but I think the feeling around here, everyone's a little bit stunned by nature of this start to the semi-final.
Or maybe Alcaraz just starting to think back to the last time they did play Indian Wells early this year. Lost that first set 6-1, so that was certainly a one-sided start. Alcaraz ended up coming back and winning 6-3, 6-2. So wouldn't think that there's much panic at the end of the Spaniard just yet.
First Vamos, come on, from Alcaraz. It's a very, the fact that it's their most recent meeting, but the fact that he, as you say, it was a one-sided opening set, lost that 6-1, came back. Alcaraz to win the second and third set 6-3 and 6-2 to move through. Of course, going on to win there, defend his title in the desert.
Merci.
that will get him going.
So a bit of a different rally that was played in that last point. A bit more shape coming from both guys. The point before that was more of a muscle rally that Alcaraz came out on top. Certainly accelerated on the final forehand up the line.
Jeu Alcaraz.
Spaniard on the board. He needed that.
Sinner mène
Sinner still
4
leading
ans.
commandingly though at 4-1. Yeah, I mean, just back on the point, Mark, with that, you know, we talk about this new era. I mean, they've played, this is their 9th time playing already, 50 match wins, but it is remarkable. You look at, compare the numbers.
I'm supposed to be here at the beginning.
So that's something there, wasn't he, Alcaraz? But, you know, with this, Djokovic, Nadal, Federer, overall to 50 wins, where they're at, the number of major titles they'd won at that point as well, very similar indeed. The numbers there, I mean, for instance, Alcaraz is exactly the same as Rafa. Rafa had won 3 Roland-Garros by then, of course, but 50 from 60 to that point.
Yep.
Reprise.
Sinner a little bit weaker, but it's still very good. Actually, 2 matches less than Federer took to get to 50 wins, for instance, for the Italian. So just over 20 minutes gone here, first semi-final. Jannik Sinner. First 4 games has seen Carlos Alcaraz get his first hold, but it is a double break advantage for Sinner here. 4-1, the lead here. The Italian first set. Used the drop shot so well to set up the finish.
Yeah, and that's something that he probably will explore through this match. I mean, Alcaraz in the tournament has not varied his court position to return anyone's first serve. Uses the expansiveness of this court, Philippe Chatrier.
And there are comparisons with Nadal in that way. We've seen over the years in this return position of Alcaraz, I think you're alluding to. Backs himself with how explosive he can be from anywhere on the court. Alcaraz, that he can do that.
So for Sinner today, not really looking to get caught too deep behind the baseline, and where he's having to extend out to the backhand wing. His backhand slice is a shot that he's worked on conscientiously since Darren Cahill has arrived on the scene. It's not bad. He gets a bit of knife on the ball when he's closer to the baseline. When he's quite deep, it has a tendency to just float. And we saw that on the last point. Just an easier ball for Alcaraz to punish.
I just found Sinner's comments about playing on clay really interesting with this. Being asked about the opponent here, but about the way he's gone about it. He's saying, you know, it takes a different sort of tennis from me, from playing on a hard court. That can be over in 2 shots, 3 shots. Here he goes now again. Excellent feel on the lob from Alcaraz there.
30.
Not the best of volleys. See that he got a bit close to the volley. Didn't get any punch on it. It's a big distance there, isn't it, for Alcaraz? He's giving. Whoa. Not a whole lot of change. This is a second serve, and he's back that far. I feel like that was the bait right there that Alcaraz sent up the other end of the court. We know that Sinner's favourite forehand is that when he's moving out to the juice court, just creams the forehand up the line. He crunched it on that occasion, but missed it wide.
First chance to break here in the match for Alcaraz. Yeah, he's coming into things more now. Everyone was a bit stunned by the first 4 games, but just can't expect it to go on that way with the quality at both ends of the court here. What these two possess, what they can deliver. First break for the Spaniard.
This is it. We've billed it as the Le Grand Match, and just thinking back to Alcaraz, he hasn't played since Madrid. Trying to get the reps. So he might have been just a little tentative at the start.
0-15.
Over 200 Ks there. He's been up in the event so far, Alcaraz, up to 217 Ks in the tournament. Just looking at their speeds, as with everything else, good luck trying to find a significant differential, yeah, an edge. You'll be looking for a long time. I can tell you that because I tried. Yeah, games built to, as they've been doing, built to prosper on all surfaces, including here on the Roland-Garros clay. This is the clay, of course, that he grew up on. Do you give him an edge in that way overall? But I mean, Sinner's spent the time playing on it as well.
Yeah, indeed.
I was saying with Sinner as well, you know, that point I think worth restating again, as opposed to hard courts. He says, you know, I need to concentrate more, I feel, on clay. Because I've got to play more balls, I've got to play more shots. On a hard court, I can finish it quickly. Harder to do that here, as we all know. But I think it gives an insight into the opponent here and how he approaches his clay court tennis even more, Sinner, that he needs that focus every point right from the start. And that's how he started this semi-final. Really put under the pump there. Alcaraz, you feel through that point. Short with his rally ball. His Felt Sinner was the boss there throughout.
40.
There's that forehand up the line that is breathtaking. Alcaraz did extremely well with his backhand slice, but not on the final one. Maybe trying to do something that is too precise. Wasn't going to win the point, I don't believe, with the drop shot.
Avantage, Sinner.
First double for either man. Doesn't give it much away, of course, behind those shades. Juan Carlos Ferrero. Very calm character. Sinner here, chance to re-establish the double break.
Égalité.
We're a bit surprised, I must say, with this game. It started out as a game for Alcaraz, that led 40-15, but it's just become messy. Right on the precipice of him starting to work his way back in with that break of serve. Could close the gap down, but he's having to dig hard on this game right now. Another break point.
Sinner's defence there, superb. As Alcaraz pushed him and eventually overdid it. The two-break lead is restored.
One set later. Yeah, one set later. One set later. It's supposed to be at the beginning. But it's supposed to be here at the beginning of the match. I asked for two changes. Two changes. I asked the ice.
Alcaraz there, it's not the first time he's, I believe he expected to have more ice towels there to begin. He was making that point to the umpire before, making the case again. Maybe that's unsettled him a little bit. He'll be unsettled by this scoreline.
Reprise.
Some ice. It's not cold.
So perhaps we've reached the back end of this opening set now, 34 minutes in these glorious conditions in the Bois de Boulogne. First set that at the moment is going the way of this man. Jannik Sinner back a double break in front.
Yeah, and on that change of ends, a rattle to Alcaraz. Usually a very well-mannered, polite, It's not that he was speaking out of context to the chair umpire, but in the big scheme of things, I think he's rattled by the start and the disappointment of losing his serve in that last game. Just discussing with the chair umpire about ice towels, and it does take a while for them to actually put them together, wrap tape around the ends.
Surprised him there. Serve into the body. Yeah, because that's the thing in itself. You can say, okay, I want more ice towels, but it's just it's something there, if you like. It's an example to illustrate, as you say, his wider difficulty in this one so far. The quality of Sinner's start to the match.
Chance.
One or two chances there for the Spaniard. Sinner pulled a little bit, was a bit tentative, wasn't he, with that ball in the forecourt?
Yeah, on the previous point, which he ended up losing, Sinner, was that he didn't accelerate through the half volley. And maybe de-accelerated on one of those forehands. But for Alcaraz to miss that one, that was pretty wild. What, you know, the scoreboard is against him. Maybe you don't have to hit a winner on that final forehand. Just get it back into play low.
Set points against him here in favour of Sinner. Oh, a miss hit. Forehand side from the Italian.
40-30.
Straight to the towel here, Sinner. That as well. That's the sort of point he normally devours, Sinner. Serve +1. I'm feeling the pressure a bit here as well. His wits about him there, Sinner.
Avantage, Sinner.
It's just fascinating, the matchup, isn't it, as well? You're expecting this man to find an answer. as it goes on, and Sinner so dependable. Hasn't been though on those 2 set points.
Yeah, but the beauty of the 2-break lead. Maybe giving him
Premier service.
the idea he can just keep having a swing.
This is out with the attempted drop shot, and Sinner gets what he wants out of that first set. Has the initiative here. The second seed, taking it 6-2. Alcaraz here looking to make a better start to the second set.
Zero chance.
Three-time winner of the Coupe de Mousquetaire, none other than Guga.
Well, at least he's out there sitting. The other day we saw him and he was entertaining upstairs.
Yeah.
Having a glass of rosé, maybe, watching the match.
Why not? I think, like all of us, they're enjoying the conditions, the sunshine.
0-30.
Just had a brief look at the man behind Adidas shoes, or Adidas. How do you say? Adidas or Adidas? Adidas. Adidas, yeah, that's what I go with. But the man behind those shoes, Stan Smith.
Other brands are available.
They are, but I think he may get a royalty from those. I know when my daughters came to an event and they first met Stan Smith, when I introduced Stan Smith to them, they were just shocked. They didn't really say anything to him, and as he walked away, they said, "Dad, are you for real? There is a guy called Stan Smith. We only see it on the shoes."
Too much ground to make up. Sinner's coverage and defence again there was very good. Alcaraz is finding it quite hard to hit through him.
He is. I mean, you can hear the effort. Of course, the other day we heard a complaint from Tsitsipas that maybe he was grunting too loud, but it is a big effort behind some of these shots. Guy, I've been impressed with players in general this tournament. They seem to be aware of the court position of their opponent. When they are deep, that drop shot is put in immediately. And the ball just getting back to Alcaraz in quick fashion. Sinner is willing to step closer, if not inside the baseline, to return that serve. And I think he just won because it was a short amount of time for Alcaraz to react and load up. We have another break point for the Italian.
He's creating them regularly.
Reprise.
Has been dropping serve, Alcaraz, through the tournament. We looked at his road in the warm up there. Broken a couple of times. I mean, it was a straightforward win against Wolf the first round. Then De Jong broken 5 times by the qualifier, twice by Korda, once by Auger-Aliassime, and once by Tsitsipas as well. Hasn't had a match, and see here he's been broken a few times already.
Avantage Sinner.
For all that, though, it's still, to me, I look at that, don't know about you, Mark, he's struggling a bit here in his service games, and you don't associate that with Carlos Alcaraz. You think of him very high percentages, so first serve and first serve points won through this tournament. He's dropped it again. Broken again. Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. Not happening particularly in his service games to start this one for the Spaniard.
Premier jeu, deuxième manche.
Not getting much value out of the rally ball. In particular, the forehand. He hasn't been able to control that many rallies behind the forehand. A mistake there, just pulling the trigger too soon. I don't know if he was in particular in position
Installez-vous rapidement, s'il vous plaît.
to have a
Merci.
crack at that backhand up the line.
Zéro 15.
First double of the match for Sinner. Sinner broken on far fewer occasions. Really the outlier for him so far was that match with Mute. I think at the start to it where the Frenchman was breaking him at will in that first set, but otherwise it's been a bit more secure.
Quinze.
This is unusual to see this. Clearly still a bit unsettled here, Alcaraz, at this stage. The quality of what he's getting from Sinner, but also other things going on there as well.
Oh, don't forget the occasion. He's aware that his up the other end is his main opposition for potentially the next half a dozen years or more, maybe the next decade.
15-30.
Same again for Sinner there, the double to the G score.
Yeah, that solid.
30.
Nothing that's shining in a big way, that last point. Sinner is, I think, a repetitive point, a solid. The serve was 196 Ks into the corner. Alcaraz is surrendering so much territory behind the baseline that as soon as he's losing any type of length, it's just opening the door for Sinner. It's a point that you can rely upon for the Sinner camp.
Immaculate length. And that's a good example there. Alcaraz tried to go for the big cut and Sinner went bigger.
Yep, not phased at all. And in fact, it goes into the wheelhouse, doesn't it, of Sinner. If he does try to flatten the ball out, I don't think it's going to really... Sinner's not going to take exception to it. He might be saying, bring it on.
Yeah, it's a very clever drop shot again. Gotta love that from Sinner. He's not trying to win the point necessarily outright there, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Construction of a really high level there.
Sinnerman, 2-0.
Yeah, that's not a bad point there, Guy, to make the relevance to playing with a purpose as opposed to Alcaraz, who maybe is at this stage trying to win with certain shots outright, not really trying to create or weave the point.
Yeah, I was taken with one of the points you've made on commentary over the years when we've worked together on this. You know, the point you were making in the past, maybe players just played the drop shot on clay because they're told to, and not actually looking, you know, the point you were making about where the opponent is. Okay, this is the point at which I should play the drop shot. That seems to have changed, as you said, and these two good examples of it, particularly Sinner's so far. He's out heavy. Strike there, Alcaraz. I mean, they've both got very, very high numbers of drop shots through the tournament, but it's deeper than that, as you say. And what we've seen from Sinner so far is that intelligence in playing it.
Let's premier service.
Another handy second serve. Those 2 points, Alcaraz directing into the body of Sinner, trying to crowd him. He's actually won both of those points.
Delightful touch in the first place from Alcaraz, but he still had a bit to do.
45.
Yeah, it's a sweetly played first half volley. I think the camera angle there showed that he just waited for the ball to come. So a miss there whilst not into position. Off balance, trying to go for quite a big forehand, and error again from that forehand wing.
Alcaraz.
Just to get through that service game, Alcaraz Still doesn't look entirely comfortable, though, with things. Sinner setting 2-1.
Reprise.
Well, this marquee matchup, we're approaching now, we're at the end of the first hour of it here. First hour that has gone firmly the way of Jannik Sinner. This is the this semi-final, the youngest Grand Slam semi-final since the 2008 US Open. And it's interesting because, you know, we were talking about earlier the big three and their comparison points with how Sinner and Alcaraz compare with them to 50 match wins. But I think you can put Andy Murray in the conversation at major level with the big three in matchups over the years as a contributor. Not the same level of achievements, clearly. But Murray features in that previous youngest semi-final. 2008, where he beat Rafa Nadal.
0-15.
Moresmo, director. Two young stars going head-to-head here. I mentioned Nadal and Murray all those years ago, and now these two with Alcaraz again, looking to get right into this match.
Yeah, searching for ways to really ignite the Jets. There are times when you're really trying to make things happen. It's almost like you try too hard. Get a little tension in the shoulders, in your arm. The velocity tends to disappear. Nerves can affect players in different ways. Sometimes it's their legs that stop them from their movement around the baseline. Some get it in the shoulders where they struggle with the serve. They're not landing the same pace. But ball toss. It was drifting over to his left.
There's two doubles in his previous service games. He's lost a little bit of rhythm. Is that the tension you're talking about there with Sinner? 3 breakback points for Alcaraz.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. Out.
Boy, I felt like that second serve
15-40.
climbed just over the net. Relatively short, but the bonus there was that it also had a bit of pop. Alcaraz didn't move up to it.
Sinner slips.
Alcaraz.
He loses his advantage here in this second set. The Italian Alcaraz breaks back.
2 partout.
Just felt that was coming. Although he'd held previously the 2 doubles, you were talking about the toss, just lost a little bit of rhythm, and it bled into that service game as well for Sinner.
Well, very fortunate to snag that service breakdown. He almost could have been down 2 breaks, Alcaraz, in this set already. So to grind through that previous serve, closes a gap with a break. And is that something that maybe was in the psyche of Sinner? Opportunity to be up 3-love. Disappeared.
I think it comes back to the point you're making earlier. I mean, it's a completely different stage. Indian Wells is a huge event, but it's not Roland-Garros. But you look at their meetings, and as you said, he's endured a difficult start there. I think he actually, from memory, had a very difficult game at the start of the second set of that one before he turned it round as well there. So this is the thing. I mean, he's got off to a difficult start in the second as well. But as you say, the history's there. He can turn it round. Got the longer dynamic here, of course, as well, more time.
So getting into position to play that volley.
30-15.
Once more, going for something too price, too short, too concise.
Mary Pierce, their winner of the women's title, year 2000.
Colleague of mine sits on the board of directors with the ITF, and she was in town for some meetings earlier in the week. She's also the chairperson of the Billie Jean King Cup competition.
30.
Iconic Mary Pierce. Remember the year that she won, and it's got great footage of her in a particular rally moving out wide to a forehand. She overran the ball and actually jumped up into the air and played the ball between her legs and won the point.
Slightly snatches at that. I could say she was ahead of her time a little bit there as well, because all the players are trying that now with varying degrees of success. It was Casper Ruud, wasn't there, earlier in the tournament, did manage to pull one of those off, but I think the success rates are rather low for all the attempts made. Oh, brilliant. What a turnaround in that point from Alcaraz. He ignites the play there. Ben Stiller applauding on.
Alcaraz.
It's now 3-2 in the second. Yeah, and just the body language there from Alcaraz a bit better as well. As he sat down in his chair, the Spaniard. 3 games in a row now here in this second set for Alcaraz. So this was the last point of that game. Alcaraz going on to hold. He was put under the pump for a lot of it, which has been the story of the match, but now he's starting to find some answers, some transitions, finding himself into the lead here in this second set, having trailed a 7-2 love 3 games in a row now for the Spaniard.
Reprise.
It's been a real difficulty in this semi-final. You know, he dropped serve once, but the first set, the general pattern was firmly in favour of Jannik Sinner. He's lost the last 3 games here, the Italian. He's lost a little bit of service rhythm as well along the way there, that he'll be looking to regain here. As he serves again 2-3 down in the second. Couldn't quite make that, Alcaraz, top of the tape. Again, though, it's good use of the drop shot from Sinner.
15-0.
Yeah, certainly noticed that Alcaraz was way behind the baseline. And again, it's not necessarily to win the point outright with the drop shot. It's to have a look at the next ball, see if there's an opportunity to pass. Had Alcaraz on the stretch with that forehand volley.
Canza.
There, he was slightly inside on the baseline, slightly inside it there. Therefore, you'd expect with his feel, Alcaraz to get a lot closer to making that than he did.
Yeah. Notice that Sinner had actually slipped. Not sure that that was the first idea, was to actually try the drop shot, but having noticed that he slipped coming out of the corner, threw the drop shot in. Oh, mistake. Well, it's such a short amount of time that you get to make a decision in the direction that you're going. And this really is a sitter. And at the point of contact, he then realized peripherally that that ball's going straight back to Alcaraz. And you can't cover everything. He obviously decided that to at least stay relatively close to the net, but he was a sucker for the lob.
No mistake there. That's a calm point. I always said that about the Spaniard this first hour and a quarter. That was composed.
Generating plenty of pace. Not forgetting the idea of coming into volley. quite handy when he does move forward, Alcaraz. And this is a significant turnaround, momentum shift in the match, or at least this second set.
Break point here for a 4th game in a row, it would be.
S'il vous plaît.
A cry of delight, the momentum with him now here. Alcaraz breaks Sinner again in this second set. Continues the run. 4 straight games now.
Well, the Jets certainly ignited. Did I say ignited or united? Hopefully I said ignited, because that's what I was wanting to say. He is alight. He is taking off. Alcaraz right now. It's a united effort with the team. But that's a significant shift in his favour. We're just going to keep watch on Jannik Sinner. Early in the tournament, we were informed that maybe when he arrived a week ahead of Roland-Garros, he was hoping to practice. He was in bed, had a stomach upset, a bit of a virus. Didn't necessarily bother him, but it was that second round match against Richard Gasquet that he got caught. They had some brilliant rallies, heavy ball striking. And it was early in the third set that Sinner just had some twinges of cramp, and he got through the match fine. I just wonder about if this becomes an elongated match. You know, when you've been in bed with a bit of a bug, if you've... Not saying that I don't believe he was being vomiting before the tournament, but a bit of diarrhea, and that you can lose your conditions in sometimes in lengthy matches. He hasn't had to play a 5-set match, but again, tension today, playing against Alcaraz. It's the semi-finals of Roland-Garros.
Yeah, it's a fascinating point there, you know, in terms of being pushed, having those challenges and everything else, and the conditioning coming in, as you say. He's definitely being put under pressure here now.
Well, just, I guess, trying to look why the 4 games have just gone against him. It could be a flat moment, of course. Players, even today, the great condition that they're in, they can't always maintain this high level that they put out at the beginning of a match. It might be just a momentary dip for Sinner.
Sinner back into this game here as he needs to. Talk about the 4 games in a row. Alcaraz was firmly in front here. This is a look at juice so far, where the Spaniard hasn't exactly been successful. Well, then, of course, with the opening set. Just a couple of strikes again. He went a bit closer, perhaps, to the line than he liked in the end, but the previous ball,
which was close to the line as well. I think that was more on the line. I mean, it is remarkable. And for those that do play tennis, I think when the conventional volley is that you come underneath the ball, you don't get as much power as what he just displayed. That drive volley, it's not easy to complete.
He was already walking there, Sinner. Knew he pushed that one wide. And Alcaraz here, this is some run. We said similar of Sinner in the first set. We're setting a break down. He's now 5-2 up in the second. Well, their previous meetings, there have been these sorts of streaks. They've turned into these classics. We talked about their previous match earlier this year in the Californian desert there, but I mean, a lot of the other meetings there have been, these are not, why they're considered such good matches in the end is they're not 7-5, 7-6s all the time. It's a player who can go on a run, be explosive. We saw Sinner out in front in the first set. Now we're getting, after that early difficulty, Alcaraz responding, but it's just all taken together. It engages people. The points they play. And Spaniard now very close here to levelling it up.
Reprise.
Enjoying themselves there in the Place des Mousquetaires.
Merci, mesdames et
It's
messieurs.
a beautiful day. And, this match here, getting towards an hour and a half in, could have some way to run. So I hope they've got some, with it warming up, got some sun cream on there.
Well, you wouldn't want to lose your seat, would you?
No, probably don't get it back.
Out there or on this view. Just fantastic.
Serving to stay in this second set, having lost the last 5 games. That's good as well.
Well, it's just a contrast from the first set. Not able to penetrate the defense of Sinner. Was giving plenty of effort, without a doubt, from Alcaraz. He doesn't know anything less than 100%, but he just wasn't able to get that penetrating shot. In this set, Sinner's level might have dropped a fraction, and Alcaraz full advantage right now. Yeah. Lovely angle of the camera view behind the court.
15.
Showing the direction of the forehand. Interesting that we just had that bumper up on the screen. 20 winners for Alcaraz, 9 for Sinner. But the match is not necessarily right now. It hasn't been dictated by the winners. The first set and 2-love was really about the unforced errors that was coming from the Spaniards' end of the court, or even forced errors.
The winners have dried up for Sinner, actually, looking at the numbers here, Mark, from the opening set for the Italian here. I mean, 2 winners in this set as opposed to 7 in the opener. Yeah. That's some drop there as well. Saying earlier that Alcaraz was struggling to hit through a little bit, try and penetrate the defences. Sinner finding that a bit more difficult now in this set. He's managed to muscle that through, but the sorts of balls in the first set who were going for clean winners. Tougher going here. Look at the forced errors as well, breaking down all these numbers as well from Alcaraz. What he's managed to do there. Out away and ends the run of games against him. Alcaraz very soon here, preparing himself to level this up, perhaps.
New balls coming into play, so a freshly strung frame for both players.
It's been tricky with the tensions as well, hasn't it? With the changing weather conditions, we've seen that a few times with players going very, very quickly when they got out there onto the match court, saying, "Okay, getting the word through, send me out some new ones."
Yeah, not just it's been one racket rather than multiple rackets to change that tension, but perhaps that might not be as prevalent or between these guys, because now we've had a few days in these similar warmer conditions. They might have found a friendlier tension.
15-0.
I remember Tsitsipas with his in his match with Alcaraz, particularly. I think it was after 2 or 3 games or something. Ball was flying. 0. He didn't feel like he had any control on it. His general feeling was playing the Spaniard at the end that he didn't have much control, but. Yeah, he sent straight away. He said, "Yeah, can we sort this out?" Swing and a miss there from Sinner.
30-0.
Ever Estoraki more there, overruling from the chair. Going down to check it.
Yeah, you can see the ball mark there. The majority of the ball is wide. It's, well, we'll go with Eva's decision as well. Bit of a gap between the ball mark and the line.
Trente-quinze. Not up.
He struggled with his drop shot so far, Alcaraz. That maybe was the best one of the lot there in terms of the weight of it. Really well played.
Such a high take back, so that adds to the disguise. Takes the racket back in the same way if he was going to drive the forehand. At least come under it as that one. More importantly, that took a few of the bit of the legs out of Sinner.
2 set points here for Alcaraz. And he needs the one.
Alcaraz.
Well, everyone waiting for this one. This marquee matchup on Chatrier, now 1 set apiece. Alcaraz with the second, 6-3. Sinner to begin the 3rd set.
Again, because of that slight dampness, thanks to the watering that's just taken place, so the movement is a bit more assured of both fellas. Of course, when it starts to dry up, you can lose your footing quite easily.
Cancer. Let premier service.
Doubles were a problem for Sinner as he surrendered the initiative in that 2nd set. Just a bit of rhythm.
Let second service.
It's a let off for Sinner.
30.
Easily being break points there. Pick up a little bit, a bit of frustration there with Alcaraz. The previous forehand he missed, and then there, because he knows here, it's 5 of the last 6 games that he's won. There's an opportunity here to carry on. It's kind of been on his racket, on his forehand there, the last couple of points. It's not like Sinner's gone and rattled them away. You know, reeled off 3 or 4 winners here. Feel like he let the Italian off there a bit, off the hook in that game.
First time that I'm trying to think of whether he has served and volleyed so far, Sinner. It's been very few. If he has, it maybe 1 or 2 other times, but it's important that he actually does keep Alcaraz honest with the return. High forehand volley, he was able to put away. So it just keeps Alcaraz on his toes when he's returning.
$15.
Tim Henman there. Reached the semis here, didn't he? Talking of people serving and volleying. 2004?
Yeah.
You were talking about Pat Rafter the other day, you know, doing very, very well here, reaching the semis. Henman that year. Surprised the clay court specialists, the baseliners.
He did. Certainly, Henman, in his prime, was a tough person on clay for the clay courters. They knew that if the ball dropped short, he's looking very chic, isn't he? Very.
Well, he's in Paris.
Parisian. Just waiting whether he's going to have a pain au chocolat delivered
Alcaraz. Un jeu partout.
He's just much calmer now here, Alcaraz, as he takes some instruction there from Ferrero. Think of how he was in that first set. It was a bit frantic at times, but he's very settled now, and that clearly presents a big challenge for this man.
Zero chance.
Another double fault. Trying to accelerate through on the juice court there, that second serve. Trying to move it out wide.
Just taken by what you were saying earlier about Sinner, the context of his run through the draw here. This is relatively early in the set, but you expect the bounce back from him a little bit, the one that Alcaraz was able to produce. It hasn't really happened yet. And he got through that first service game of the set, but really felt he got through it due to Alcaraz's errors rather than him being outstanding, Sinner. You look for him now as, they're both major champions, both incredible talents, but you look for a bounce. Yeah, a bounce from him.
Yeah. Well, don't forget Alcaraz was down a set 2-love, was in a lot of trouble on that particular service game before he started that momentum shift. So is this the opportunity for Sinner to bounce back?
Talk a lot about that match with Moutet, where he was all at sea first set and a bit, but otherwise in his draw, Gasquet broke him back. There was a mildly tighter set, but it's still, in the end, it's a comfortable win. Moutet didn't make it comfortable for him for a long time to start, but this, outside of that, is the only other time in the draw so far I'd suggest here. Now, this point, what happened in the second set, and now here, where he's got to come up with an answer. Break points.
30-40.
Just when he needed it most.
Just his second ace. So timely. There was a little puff, wasn't there, of the line from that. Not his quickest, but very effective, very accurate. Another chance here coming for Alcaraz.
Avantage, Alcaraz.
And it was relatively easily produced as well.
Correction, but good.
Well, immediate correction there.
It's kind of
Replay the
an
points.
early call as
Avantage
well.
Alcaraz.
And it's just flush on the line. Perhaps the lines judge was watching the ball through the air.
Installez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
The movement in the crowd there. Oh, well, Sinner did well to pick it up, and then Alcaraz there, the thread. How good was that?
Alcaraz
Breaks first here in the third.
Well, this is just a spectacular pass by Carlos Alcaraz to initiate the first service break. I mean, it wasn't just a bad volley by Sinner. He had to get down to the ball. He had to also be strong with his wrist to absorb the pace. Thought he deserved a bit more out of that. And we've seen that reaction a couple of times today already, Guy.
Yeah, that smile breaking through as well to greet it. It really was a moment of high quality. Fitting in some senses that it secured the break of serve as well. So the first big move made in this third set here. And continuing on his pathway through here after a difficult bit of a roadblock to start with there. Carlos Alcaraz to this match. Jannik Sinner's opening. Since then, how he turned it around in the second set. Now, early in this third with the first break of the third set. Good position for him here.
It's a bit of conversation going on between Sinner and his team. Just have a look at those service games won.
It's to be expected, really. Maybe not so much the numbers are down to that degree, but you would expect the numbers to be down on where they are in the tournament because of how good the opponent is.
Right, exactly.
We've had 8 breaks, service breaks in the match so far here. 4 apiece now.
0-15.
So we'd say a high level that Sinner began the match with. Alcaraz couldn't go with him early. Sinner maybe hitting a bit of a wall, and Alcaraz has taken advantage, now building an early break in set 3. Does Alcaraz's level start to become fragile? Is there an energy dip coming from the number 3 seed?
I'm not suggesting it at the moment with points like that. That pick-up from the service line. It's something, Mark, that Casper Ruud's talked about as well, how you can... He said it's extremely difficult to maintain the level. You can, you know, as you say, both of them have played a set, more or less, of high level. But it's very difficult to maintain that over a stretch.
It is. Everyone experiences it, but they masquerade it with the ability to, behind the serve, they can get those cheap points. Tries to restore their energy reserves.
15-30.
He was so quick to go there with the second serve, actually. I wonder whether he could have paused there, because the ball kid was... Then he did. I wonder whether that upset, because the ball kid was barely off, and he was already delivering that second serve, Alcaraz, there. Plays, they both do it at a good pace. Very good. Depth, accuracy, everything there.
30.
There's no discussion of the shot clock in this match. Can be in some encounters. These two generally just get on with it. Well, you posed the question at the start of the game here, Mark, about this, about Alcaraz, who for a set and a full-on, bit more than a set. I think from a set and 2 love down, has been the stronger player. This to be another little twist here, another full dip, perhaps it's going to be, but it doesn't have to take that much. How closely matched these two are.
Yeah, at this level, but you're talking maybe a couple of percent.
Right back point here for Sinner. Seizes on it, as you would expect him to. He's pumping the fist now. There is that little twist in this third set.
2 jeux partout.
Alcaraz, yeah, he's standing on the... There, have a look at Alcaraz. I think he realises that he's just blowing that break of serve. Yes, Sinner, quality return on break point and hit the final forehand. In our stats will be a forehand winner. But it came with the double fault at 15 all.
Swept away. A bit of irritation in that, the way he played that point. Yeah, you can even look at it here. It's that game, the first game of the set that Sinner held. That's a game, again, feel like Alcaraz could have broken there as well. But it's about staying on it, isn't it? Much easier said than done.
Let premier service.
One for his third ace.
Quinze 30.
burned Sinner a few times with that as it's gone on. Shorter forehands, sends it out wide there.
133 Ks on the second serve. And if anything, what we're hearing is what's aided in this dip for Sinner is that second serve pace just dropping down 5 Ks or more late in the second set. Yeah. Able for Alcaraz to actually have a good strike at the return, which set up the forehand.
His average second serve speed through the event, generally about 152, 153 Ks.
And interesting that he's just shaking his hands out, so it might be just tension in the forearms, could be the shoulder.
Drop shot again, choice of it there from Sinner. He has played that well. If there is a little bit of cramp here and a bit of concern, the team there, a bit of cramp. It's not the first time in the event with Sinner. You go back to the match with Gasquet. It was early. Third set of that. He's experiencing a bit of cramp, Sinner. Maybe again here.
Well, it looks like now that it's in his left hand, one that he tosses the ball up. So lands in. You can see him just trying to release that tension. And yes, it did happen with against Gasquet. The same time that he was also stretching out his calves. And now walking away, just stretching out his racket hand.
Avantage Alcaraz.
Double fault, and again, he's feeling it perhaps a bit physically here at the moment, as we've been saying, Sinner, feeling it in this service game. Do you look a bit concerned? As they should be. Third break point.
Let's second service.
Struggled to make its way over even for the let. It's done well there.
What took a hammering in that point? The first serve of Jannik Sinner right into the eye of the camera, which ball ricocheted a fair distance into the second row of the stadium.
And leashes on that one. Sinner, that become an iconic forehand, really.
Sinner.
It seems to be a little bit, Mark. I mean, it's really with the serve, isn't it? Maybe the fingers with the toss. I mean, off the ground, it doesn't look as inconvenient, Sinner.
Case in point.
Égalité.
These double faults are mounting now. 4 in this set alone. There's 7 overall.
Avantage Sinner.
And during a 9-minute game on serve, not helping Sinner. Certainly pulling the trigger on that forehand.
Égalité.
Yeah, we're just having a look at his speeds, Mark, here as well. They are coming down a little bit, just in terms of what we're tracking here. You know, a few kilometres picking up on this. The serve is where he seems to be struggling most. 4 kilometres down on average on this first serve compared to in the first set where he was... How he started the match was excellent. He went to the drop shot very early, not with quite the same conviction, though, that he's produced it so many occasions in this match, Sinner.
Alcaraz.
He's going a bit through the ringer here, isn't he, in this game, mentally, as much as anything.
Yeah, this is, of course, it's the physical battle challenge now, but also that mental ability to remain calm, try to just get through this patch, this period, whether he can continue to just walk it off.
Let premier service.
Oh, that's a lovely Christmas present right there.
Égalité.
Wow. And of course, Alcaraz, 12 months ago, same stage, semi-finals.
Yes.
Healthy lead and went into full body cramp.
Fourth ace here. That's a comparative point there, Mark, you make. As you say, he was faring very well, Alcaraz against Djokovic. Worse case of cramp than the case here, perhaps, but it's still affecting Sinner, no question. His forehand speeds, just carrying through on that, are actually up overall. Seen a mixed bag of them in this game. Just a muscle, 188 there. As Alcaraz missed an opportunity there. 12-minute hold for Sinner. So you can see here at the moment some treatment for Jannik Sinner, kind of expected really with the struggles that he's been having on serve, particularly here in recent times. I think it's some cramp in the fingers, and it's been causing him. It does seem to be it's in the serve more than anything, because his forehand speeds are up. He's cracking it.
We probably made that decision to actually go for the forehands in an effort to finish the point. That's the firepower coming off of the forehand when he is on song. The forehand does a lot of damage to opponents.
There it is.
And having seen that last game, that probably was a slow build-up to that particular moment. Guy, can't help but think for Alcaraz, just a really poor 2 games that he's just put in.
Yeah, on the end of a piece of string there that time.
Yeah, the last time he served, and it was an opportunity that went awry. He had some space there to actually put a bit of distance between he and Sinner, and then in that last game when he was returning, that was a big escape for the Italian. And Alcaraz now is challenged on his service game.
Replay point. Cancer.
So well done from Sinner, not just getting there, but the response. This is the thing you mentioned from the Spaniards' point of view, having had those chances in what remains a very tight matchup.
Last 2 points, he's thrown in the drop shot, Alcaraz. It's not the legs that are cramping on Alcaraz, it's his arms. I would, for me, I would be out there trying to keep the points going.
Of
course, when you throw in the drop shots, there's no given that you're going to end up winning the point. If you're drawing your man in, there's a possibility that they might be able to respond and pick you off up at net. It's a wild miss there on that first serve. That was over the baseline.
Lunged across.
30-40.
This is amazing that he's now down a break point. So we may see something similar to the response that he provided after being a set and a breakdown. Now it's turned for Sinner to come back. We were waiting for some type of, or questioning, is there going to be another shift? It's happening.
Sinner can't convert this time. I think the thing about it as well, what you're seeing here, and you made the very good point, Alcaraz, of course, cramping last year in the semi-final. I mean, these are two incredible athletes who make the comparisons with Nadal, Djokovic, and Federer in that way. But this is a huge occasion still, and it can do funny things to the body and mind. You know, you've got a 21-year-old playing a 22-year-old here. This is not a 24-time major champion against a 22-time major champion, for instance. And so I think that explains, we're getting here, these kind of ebbs and flows. They've had them in their past matchups anyway.
Avantage, Sinner.
Is the level of this at the moment as good as some of those previous matches? I mean, we'll wait and see. The match isn't done yet, but it's the occasion as well here. Yeah. Built it up so much. Everyone's been talking about this. They're human beings. As it is, it's Sinner with another chance here to extend his run of games in this third set. Now he's calmly done. That's a cool head in that situation, Alcaraz.
Égalité.
Yeah, potentially catching Sinner by surprise with the serve and volley whilst break point down.
Let second service. Avantage, Sinner.
It's in my mind at the moment, watching this, going back, you mentioned that previous Sinner hold. Was it one of those break points where Alcaraz sent that backhand well long? Just look at moments, you say like that Sinner's looking to capitalise on here, really rub it in. Oh, and he has there.
Sinner.
He's found a gap. I mean, he was almost in the seats there, Sinner, and he still produced the winner. He does extend that run of games up to 3 now, thanks to this.
Yeah, there's that composure of the Italian. And if he can seize the moment here, big game ahead for the number 2 seed. This would certainly set the scene, consolidate that break.
Zero.
Un paralelo también, que lo sorprendes.
Chance up.
They both are normally so secure there. You'd expect Sinner to have made that. I know he's stretching a little bit, but that's one. And what it means now, just maybe opening the door a bit for Alcaraz here. It's tense, isn't it, at the moment here? You see it in the boxes.
Yeah, I think certainly Darren is well aware that this game, the level of importance, don't do anything radical would be the expectation, certainly for Sinner.
You'd almost suggest, Mark, from your experience, it's just trying to settle back on your fundamentals, you know, at this point there. You know, you look at Sinner, serve +1, just go back there. Because you can maybe overplay, you know, you're so respectful of the opponent, try and do a little bit too much.
Yes, I mean, you know, in a way, keep it simple. Try to simplify it. If he is experiencing, which maybe have disappeared now because the tension is not at the same height, but he's going back to the well, which is the forehand. If the serve's not working, the forehand still can. It doesn't mean to say that he can't function if he's missing a few more first serves.
His first serve percentage, well, it's a couple of points down where it is on the match, but you look at him, Jannik Sinner, through the event, it is a little bit down on previous rounds. I mean, he's been as high as, I mean, against Gasquet, 76. Not always been there, but he's well above 60. Hasn't really hit that mark. Wasn't even doing that in the first set, actually. Just under 60. This one there, well placed. And continuing to make the running here, Sinner, in this third set, out to the 5-2 lead. More treatment here in the sit-down for Jannik Sinner. Oh, this is interesting now here as well. It's the leg. There we talked about a match against Gasquet. He's only able to get that there in the sit-down. Worked very, very quickly, but anything is gratefully received for Sinner. Has done an excellent job of in this third set of opening up this lead, because those service games have not been easy for him throughout the set. You have to pinch yourself a bit there. Look at Sinner, if you've watched this third set, that he's leading 5-2 when you think of a lot of the points that we've seen.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
So here we are, 2 hours, 20 minutes in. Jannik Sinner in a good spot, perhaps, to go on here and retake the lead in sets in this one. It's just got a little bit more treatment for the right leg. A rub down in the sit-down Sinner. Alcaraz here, not trying to respond really. You've made the point a couple of times, has let this set to this point get away from him.
Yeah, a little different for me, the way I'm reading this match, that Alcaraz really ignited his game when he was down a set and a break. Wasn't because of Sinner's dip. I mean, it was a small dip, but Alcaraz certainly started to rise to the challenge. But this change up for me has been about Alcaraz really donating. Last 3 games, more or less 4 games.
30-15.
Made up his mind very early there, Sinner, to go after that.
30.
Part of what makes him so good, I mean, all the best, all the champions so good, is their ability to, of course, sense on opponent's weakness, seize on moments of hesitation from the opponent. Often we've talked about how good Sinner is on break points. He's trying to set another one up there.
40-30.
It's the execution there that time.
Jeu Alcaraz. Changement balle ramassé, s'il vous plaît. Balle neuf.
Alcaraz there, the body language there suggesting he feels like he's got some life here in this set. If you look at Sinner's service games in the set, you can understand that.
So clearly now there's some tension for Sinner, aiming to go up 2-1 by holding here. So we'll just see how his body reacts.
Yeah, got these new balls to help him as well. A bit more pace perhaps there. Most assured start. Trying to serve out this set from Sinner. Struggling in that department. 5 from 17, 3 from 11. Those numbers both below 30% in the second serve. That's what's so important here. The pace taken off there. It allowed him to get forward, control the point, Sinner.
15.
Well, I don't want to be overly critical of Alcaraz, but he's been a bit slow to kind of impose himself through this juncture. He's playing against an individual right now who's not serving the big bombs off the first serve. The second serve the pace has been reduced. Alcaraz has yet to change his court position to return serve. And we're seeing a number of the returns now landing short. They're just sitting in the wheelhouse for Sinner to continue to have a rip at the forehands. Finds open territory with that first serve. Sinner, and it's been a wonderful bounce back from the double fault in the first point.
Set points. Yeah, turns to his team there. That's an excellent result for Jannik Sinner there. Had to struggle his way through that set, but he's found the goods. 6-3, he takes it.
Look, as you were just even, speaking there, Guy, couldn't help but my mind going back to the Australian Open. And sometimes it's the past that can raise its head. Alcaraz against Medvedev. Medvedev has just absolutely fought, just crawled his way into their matchup. I believe it was the quarterfinals, maybe semi-finals. But Medvedev was just absolutely exhausted. Everyone was wondering what's the type of game that Medvedev will come out with. This should be one-way traffic for Alcaraz. Has youth on his side. Alcaraz was the one that came out and just tried to rip every single ball. Just tried to out-hit a big hitter in Medvedev, but the points were kept short. It played into the hands of Medvedev. Medvedev ended up winning that match in 4 sets. Alcaraz was down 2 sets to love very quick. So I'm only relaying that now because I feel it's relevant that the tactics of Alcaraz in that 3rd set, he's looking up the other end and he sees an ailing opponent, but he goes back into keeping the point short. Drop-shotted, served and volleyed. I felt like that was all unnecessary. Keep the point going. Make your opponent hurt.
Yeah, and he's an unbelievable player, but I think it's something, it relates to a point you've made. I forget the round, but you said that sometimes it's that flip side of that exuberance sometimes, and the ability to play every shot and be explosive. That sometimes you can just go a little bit early. And produces that, and it's then randomly right on the line. Sinner wants Eva Astaraki more down.
Just to have a look. It's worth a check. Oh, okay. That didn't take long. Kind of sitting on that line from our commentary booth, and maybe one of those that the majority of the ball is out. You only have a fraction that's kissing the line.
Alcaraz.
5th ace for Alcaraz meanwhile. It's the 4th here with that hold. Jannik Sinner continues to get on serve here. In terms of the match, mid-50s percentage. Said it's a bit lower than he would have liked at this point, what he's been doing in the tournament. He has been effective landing the first serve behind it. I mean, he's up at 3/4 of that, in terms of the points he's won so far in the match. Very similar numbers to the tournament. Both of them down in second serve points won. He's looking to, you often use that word, masking it, hiding. He's struggling behind the second serve. Well, don't show as many of them.
Yep.
30-0.
Just thinking, we've seen them both already here watching on Mary Pierce, year 2000, one of Guga's titles that same year overall. So winning 2 champions together there from that year. Sinner brings out the quality there. Talk about that forehand side where he struggled, Mark. He's been feeling it a bit, but the forehand remains devastating.
Yeah, he sighted that ball early enough and didn't go laterally out, forced into the doubles alley. Actually went out on that V just to cut the angle off and enhance his opportunity to create the angle.
Jeu Sinner.
Tough game there.
Un jeu partout.
Not much reaction from Alcaraz to that.
So a bit of verbal interaction there, and nothing to be overly alarmed about. It's all positive, I'm sure. But they might be just sensing that Jannik, you know, just trying to avoid a dip in his level.
Zero chance.
Well, he got him in. Sinner doing well, actually, to connect with the one that was over his head, and he was nowhere for the follow-up.
Well, look, this is risky. Not the drop shot, but it's this one, to play a backhand topspin lob, and you're inside the baseline. I think that's what shines out, is youth.
Just ahead in the ace count again. 6 there. It's tricky, isn't it, though? I mean, I guess for Juan Carlos as well, working with Alcaraz, because you've got this amazing talent. You don't want to take that back too much, but you've been just suggesting, just in a couple of moments, the shot selections could be different.
Mm-hmm. And of course, sitting up here from the booth looks different.
He's looking down at the surface there, Alcaraz. Didn't spot anything that looked to be too bad a bounce or anything there.
He was just outplayed, the quality of Sinner. And this is maybe what the team of Sinner are asking for, just for him to be a bit more brave with the forehand. And he had a crack at that. Return. Did Sinner.
feeling is generally on point. And again, it was there. Wasn't to get out of that service game. 2-1. He can play all the shots, Carlos Alcaraz. If you look back at that previous game here was another one which you just don't see from too many players, that one.
Yes. I mean, I've seen players try that off of the volley that when they come under it, a traditional volley, but certainly not a drive. Two-hander coming over the top of it. Ends up winning the point. He certainly stretched out the Italian.
Reprise.
Up here to 2 3/4 hours in this one, early in this fourth set. Looking for the first break of serve here. Jannik Sinner in charge. Love game last time around on serve for Sinner. Come back to a point, you know, we were saying at the outset, Mark, about these two, that they do, hence really, really tight previous matches, and they've split all of them. They do an awful lot of things incredibly well, but it's just that, again, over the course, Sinner, if he's healthy and everything, stays with that, maybe just in his style, a little bit more steady on this surface. Alcaraz a bit more, as you've been analysing, more explosive, a bit more mercurial. With a Sinner over the stretch here. That's gonna see him through.
Yeah, but it certainly could play out that way, and one never knows if this does go to a fifth set and it becomes an arm wrestle. It becomes, if it's an arm wrestle, it's a physical battle. Does Jannik trust himself, given the week before he was struck down with a little virus that sent him to bed for a day or two.
The line.
And yet we have never spoken about the physical, the lack of physical attributes for Alcaraz. And then last year, it happened quickly. With fears how he would bounce back.
Sinner. Deux jeux partout. 0-15.
Motors the forehand. Alcaraz did extremely well to actually make him play one more ball, but the Sinner backhand into the open court. Not by much. The ball was there.
15.
Yeah, looking to take it on again, as you suggested his team have been looking for him to do, especially on the forehand. Sinner go after it a little bit more.
Interesting that there's not much coming from Ferrero at this stage over the last, since the beginning of this set. It's been more coming from the manager. Both teams, just that extra interaction verbally. This is delicately balanced right now. A little surge by either player. One could secure the set and we play a fifth, and a surge from Sinner can secure the match.
Kept his wits about him there. And Sinner tested him.
45.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jannik, not able to put the brakes on as he chased that forehand to be able to recover.
Kisses that sideline. Very audible about it as well. Alcaraz leads again in the 4-3-2. It's an intriguing period of this one. That difference, as you were saying, between Sinner wrapping it up perhaps in 4 or going all the way as they've done before. These two rule out either. Don't favour either over the other at the moment, even with Sinner further in front here, 2 sets to 1 up. So look at Alcaraz's winner profile for the match here. And she's doing through the forehand side. At Sinner there, a bit more balanced.
Reprise.
Numbers overall. Not quite as many winners, of course, there. Well, it's quite a day, and this semi-final ongoing here, turning into possibly into quite a match. Not quite there yet, perhaps here midway through the 4th, but still has that potential to well and truly ignite.
Yeah, both players just forcing these blows. It's almost like in the stomach region.
Zero.
see Alcaraz almost half the distance closer.
Yeah, that is a noticeable change, but then now back on the second there, going back towards the basically the distance he's occupied throughout. But I mean, that's interesting. I mean, even if he is going back and it's a very, very deep make the ball on the second serve, on the return, at least that's what you were suggesting. There's a bit of change overall because the return position's been constant throughout first and second ball.
Yeah, but that change should have actually happened in a set ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes you forget to look down the other end. That net seems to be a lot higher.
His previous ball was excellent, how he spotted the opportunity, redirected, but he couldn't capitalise on it, Alcaraz.
Grande chance.
So when he's made contact there, Guy, his weight isn't going into the overhead. He's kind of at the point of the ball coming down on top of him. Please believe that if you can get that extra body weight going towards the target, you're only enhancing your chances.
Oh, superb. Just hearing Alcaraz there, sliding on this Chatrier clay expertly.
And he's opted just to towel himself down there, at least dry his hand at Alcaraz. But it is Sinner's turn to actually take more time. It wasn't a lengthy point, but Sinner's been going off. Alcaraz is back ready to play. Sinner has just arrived. So is this maybe the time? The chance. Oh, that's a great serve. Timely. She pulls out the carrot. She's been carrying that in her bag. She just whips it out now.
He seized it there by the scruff of the neck from 30 all, Sinner. That's impressive.
Trois jeux partout.
Just as we were suggesting, because that moment for Alcaraz there to go on, get the break, could now be Sinner's opportunity to surge.
Yeah, and these moments, marquee players, they tend to recognize they're going to make that surge. Simplify it, they use their weapons. Let's see if the forehand starts to crank up from Sinner.
Stung him with the pass, the first one. Good volley from Sinner, but he was in trouble.
15-0.
Oh, Alcaraz. Yeah, Guy, he did a great job, didn't he, by getting the first backhand below the level of the net. I feel like now Alcaraz is even exploring standing wider on that ad court. A sprinkling of occasions throughout the tournament has he done so. I mean, have a look how high that ball jumped on Sinner. He's way off the court.
Let's premier service.
Is he just seemed to get a little bit lost with his bearings, so it didn't have the commitment to that volley?
Then don't try the most spectacular volley. If there's any hesitation, I feel like because he bungled the volley, he's showing, oh, was it going long? Was there the wind or the sun? It's just a poor shot selection. Oh. There's a shot selection.
You don't say.
Well, he didn't have time to really make a decision, and it just happened automatically.
But that's when he's at his mercurial best here, Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, look at that! It's bordering on ridiculous, isn't it, what he can do here? Absolutely at full stretch.
And it had to be a winner, because he was out of the court. There was no way he was coming back in to play the next one if Sinner had a volley.
S'il vous plaît.
Pumped up as he has been, Alcaraz, so far here.
Alcaraz men.
Once again, it's 4-3 in the fourth. Yeah, it's just threatening this one now to go up. We've seen Sinner's forehand, and then we saw this one. Penultimate point here of Carlos Alcaraz's forehand there. That was incredible.
140 Ks. Yeah, wanting to hear it from the crowd. And that game could have been entirely different had he not won that point. And that it could be a bit of a set turner, break of serve creator. The crowd on the change of ends, they're starting to do the Mexican wave, so there might be a bit of feeling charged up in this match now.
Three hours in here, Jannik Sinner. Important service game you feel coming up, because Carlos Alcaraz, what he managed to do in that previous game, maybe will give him a bit of a boost, a bit of a platform to perhaps go on and break the Italian serve here. And to wait here for the moment for the crowd to stop with this wave.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs. Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
Sinner here serving again, 3-4. After what had happened, particularly at the end of the previous game, that's good from Sinner. Finds the first serve.
Arnaud Clement in the green, enjoying this match alongside of Mansour Bahrami.
After that magical moment, the previous game from Alcaraz here, Sinner is looking to respond in his style.
Yeah, well, it's indicative, isn't it? In order to win a match, or in these moments, it's going to be your strengths. Your weaknesses don't win a match. So he's going to what has elevated him to number one. Sinner.
Now he goes to the drop shot. It's a fine effect there. Outright. Yeah, it's the repeatability, isn't it, again there? It's the shots you trust most that you go back to, your biggest shots in the biggest moments. Both prospered with the drop shot so far in this tournament. As we mentioned previously, Sinner just as much actually on the numbers as Alcaraz is known for the drop shots, but Sinner's really used it well in this run through the draw. High numbers of drop shot winners every round. After Alcaraz threatened there with the nature of his hold previously, Sinner just says, hold on, put in a love game.
And what that does is provide the platform in this next one. They take a slight pause, fresh rackets coming out. He just hasn't made the lengthy investment in holding that last service game. Very quick, decisive or concise for Sinner. And I have a feeling he might have put in a request for something there, either as Zaraki communicating that back to the rest of the tournament staff.
A set of new balls coming into play here. Striking that forehand well, Alcaraz again. Thumps that away, Alcaraz. He really is trying to thump his way through this, pump himself up further. Well, he was trying to do at the end of his previous service game, and Sinner quelled him.
Corner to corner. These are the moments again that you go back to something that you reliability that you can do repeat business with.
Oh, yeah. Another one of those crowd pleasers in his points that he plays. They both do.
So there's that, using the geography of the court, stretching Sinner to the max.
Premier service. Let. Premier service. Wait, please.
It's just been paused here.
Let's wait a minute to see if we're going to do anything.
Sure.
Okay?
There's just an incident in the crowd here. So Verstraki Moore has paused the play here. So the players are going to the bench.
I told the team to send somebody, and hopefully, yeah, they're going to send somebody quickly.
Bad thing is we can't give them water. Yeah.
Just been told here that it's one of the spectators just to the left of down from our commentary position who's feeling a bit unwell, we believe. That's the reason for the pause. Players here obviously will be held for the moment so we can get some further update here.
They say that
Apparently they're okay.
it's good, yeah. They say it's good.
Yeah.
Alcaraz was actually just getting a message, I think, and chatting over to him from the crowd in that section of the court there, saying it was okay. Looks like they can continue.
Unfortunately, just the positioning of where it's happening, it is at the back of the court. Could be in the eyesight of Alcaraz.
Wait, or we can play. They said they're okay.
Okay, yeah, saying it's okay up there now, but as you say, Mark, they've got to be absolutely sure because it can be in the eye line.
They said they're okay.
And thumbs up there then. Looks like we can resume now here. Just looking down in that area of the court, looks like there's progression there. Alcaraz resuming, of course, game points. Nothing, obviously, that could be done with what's going on. It had to pause, but obviously it is a pause in the middle of a game, an unnatural pause. Just some movement in there in the crowd where that incident happened right now. But the players have obviously got to try and do their best here to refocus. Still another game point. Alcaraz has managed to do that on the second game point.
Alcaraz men 5-4.
Edges in front again here. Back end of this fourth set, the Spaniard. 5-4 up. Yeah, always tricky that, of course. It ultimately happens, and we hope spectator feeling unwell is feeling starting to feel a little bit better now. But either side of that, Alcaraz getting himself in this position back into this fourth set to perhaps now try and put some more pressure. He couldn't do it. He hasn't been able to do it, to be honest, through this set. Looking at Sinner's numbers overall in the set, he's only won 3 points off his serve, but I just wonder whether he can apply that scoreboard pressure now and look to take this match into a decider.
Reprise.
He's been very good. We talked about the third set. We wondered whether Jannik Sinner, how he won that set, to be honest, with the struggles on serve 6-3. In this set, he's been very secure so far. He's only lost the 3 points on serve.
Yeah, maybe that focus has been taking care of his end of the court first, which then there might be some opening. So he's followed maybe that plan. Maybe he has definitively followed that plan. He's got to do it a couple more times potentially in this set.
It has actually been a server set so far. I mentioned he's lost 3 points. Alcaraz has lost 7 overall. No break points in the set so far. And again, first point going the way of the server here. I think at times they've both fluctuated a bit, struggled on serve across the first 3 sets. And this set been a different story so far anyway. It's well placed as well, deep towards the body.
It's a reaction to the court position of Alcaraz to return the serve. He is standing closer. So with the first serve, go into the body, crowd your opponent.
Well, Sinner didn't do a lot wrong, to be honest, with the approach, but Alcaraz's ability here to produce these moments really engages the crowds wherever he goes.
And on the run. Hasn't slid into the ball and stopped at contact. He's still on the run and amazing control.
I mean, we saw Mansour Barami there. He'd be proud of that one. One that Alcaraz hung up. Blood there a little bit with Sinner. Again, it was an excellent approach. Looked to have set him up to do enough to win the point that time. And whoa. Let's a look at how he's done in this semi-final at this point in a game at 30 all, these pressure points as we call them. 9 from 15. Exactly been dominating from there, Sinner.
Sinner reverting back to his original position on this point.
So good to see these great champions and what they can do. Sinner's done this at points now. Alcaraz there brings up the set point, takes it on. Just does a little bit more, senses the moment. Is he about to take this all the way?
He now has to make a decision. Yep, the direction is to go back. Alcaraz following.
This is a first break point of the entire set. It's more than that, of course. Yeah, he's got him there. The Chatrier crowd show their appreciation for that effort from the Spaniard. He's hit back again here for a second time on Sinner. And these two great rivals are going the distance. Just taking on a bit of extra refreshment here. As you suggested, Mark, he will be getting this final set underway. Trailed in sets on 2 occasions, fought back twice to set this up. These two great rivals, as they've already become current Grand Slam champions, both going for a maiden Roland-Garros final appearance, and it all comes down to this deciding set. Behind the crease, still alongside Mark Woodford, taking you through this. Alcaraz here to begin the decider.
It really is fitting, though. These two gladiators, the future of men's tennis, at the top of the mountain right now. But I mean, we wouldn't expect anything less. 5-set match.
It does feel fitting, in a way, where they're at right now. As we've said, it's been up and down in the level, as it often is over a 5-setter, but yeah, there's something fitting about it. Now, I suppose the neutrals here, this amazing crowd here again on Court Philippe Chatrier, I hope that they can both play their best tennis at the same time against each other. And then it would be, we are in for quite a final set then with what these two can produce. We know they can, and they have done at times here. It's just about whether they could do it at the same time. Really take each other on. Who's going to be the stronger here? I mean, question kind of Sinner, but you know, looked at it. You look at all the numbers, even at this point. You look at the match, how it's been. There's very little, in terms of a decisive case that you can make. I mentioned coming into this, very similar times spent on court coming in. No question that Alcaraz is leading in terms of the momentum here right now, into that last set and start of this.
Karl-Heinz.
Nicely done. Builds on winning that 4th set with a confident hold to begin the decider, Alcaraz.
Premier jeu, dernière manche.
You do wonder, as you suggested, Mark, at the beginning of this set, whether that serving first advantage, because it's likely to be very, very tight, is that the ability to just get your nose in front every time. Hold on, could that be decisive for him? Can Sinner turn this round? Led by a set twice.
Yeah, I think 2 factors that I'm leaning towards. One is that serving first. Still say that in a 5-set match, just having that advantage can be significant. The other is
Sinner had been probing away, arguably dictating that point. Alcaraz staying in it well.
And that's it. Takes a toll, that first point. Ball striking of Sinner was at a premium there. Missed on the final backhand. A bit of a distance there, but I think he's taking on air, and that's what I'd maybe leaning towards as well. If Sinner has been with a viral issue before the tournament, sure, he's played his way to this stage, but he hasn't been caught in a long, lengthy match with the amount of tension that is present. A late move by the Italian. Well timed. That's what you're searching for, a volley that's around the height of your belly button.
Merci.
And in response, it's Alcaraz that has decided to come a little closer for this first point.
And goes back to a match where he had a position there and then sent a backhand return, second serve, very, very long. Just those moments that will give Sinner hope here. And he can steady. Watching that run of points that Alcaraz was on, breaking and then holding to begin the decider. He can't get there. And again, he's got the lob on lock. Alcaraz, tremendous feeling.
Well, to quickly throw this in. This was a heavy, clean ball striking rally until then. Unfortunately for Jannik, as he tried to recover, he actually went further around and just could not get to that next shot. It was over his head. Alcaraz baiting Jannik Sinner there. Not sure if it was caught there by the cameras, but he was showing nothing but a forehand with that returner serve.
Early chance here for the Spaniard. Final set. Great point.
Lovely.
Gutsy.
It was.
You know, they both like to go to the drop shot, but they're at break point.
You have to have that velvet pair of hands. Just to have the calmness to recognize that Alcaraz was moving laterally only out of the corner. Wicked drop shot.
Yeah, he liked it. I think we all did. It's just the ability there. You've got so little space really to go into, and the execution. This is brilliant.
Well, I can guarantee you there's one person that's not happy with this, and that is Sinner. Thought he might have got something on the volley. That's just rude by Alcaraz to make that.
Second break point of the game.
Oh, wow.
Just raises the bar when he needs to there. A couple of points from Carlos Alcaraz there. Carries on from taking this into a fifth with an early break in the decider now.
Alcaraz mène 2-0.
Well, the smallest of margins must have been kissing the baseline.
Yeah, that previous ball, the finish, the one. Yeah, you're right, I think.
Oh. And of course, you have to pause. You want to look down if you're a Sinner. You want to see, you're hoping that it's called out or that it's missing. And slight delay opens the door for Alcaraz.
Stopped here this time. Actually stopped the play there as well, and that's why he did. He got the point. There's confirmation of it.
15-0.
Definitely some momentum about this, sprinkled in, of course, these moments of magic that Carlos Alcaraz can produce, but so much solid play, just like that, keeping it simple. Sinner there, rapid, up to that drop shot, and with the feather-like contact that they've both had. In abundance here. Maybe the most impressive aspect of both of their games that through this 3.5 hours now. Quality of their drop shots and counter drops.
Forza.
I wondered about that, the footwork from Alcaraz there on that ball. He was so keen to take it on the forehand. Quite as steady as he usually is. Sinner may be sensing something here.
Second service.
Barest of margins.
Super point. Super point.
Again, his ability, Guy. Major point, pressure point. And this backhand, he pulls it up the line. I think Sinner was expecting maybe the drop shot into at least the ad court. See, his weight started heading that direction. Alcaraz, gutsy. Wow, 26-13, that is weighted.
And the touch as well. No mistake there. He's riding here right now, the Spaniard. 5 games in a row in command of the decider.
Alcaraz mène 3-0.
Yep, this is the final point. Alcaraz deftly places that forehand. It's a winning shot. So, Guy, I have it written down to break serve from 30-all in the last game, receiving game. Alcaraz, 2 winners. At 30-all, just in that game on serve, 2 winners. Just takes it out of the hands of the opponent.
He's led twice by a set here, but Jannik Sinner is in big difficulty now. Massive game coming up here. He's not got the best of 5th set records in his career. 1-6, lost 7, 1-all here. Alcaraz far superior. You know, we look around for possibly areas to decide this because it's so much on a knife edge in so many respects, as you said. Maybe that's something. Love 3 here. Down in this decider, Jannik Sinner desperately needs to end this run of 5 straight games for Alcaraz. His record, Alcaraz, it's only his 2nd 5-setter he's played here. He had that one a couple of years ago with his compatriot Ramos Viñolas, 4.5 hours. See their central picture, Gilles Moreton, the president of the French Tennis Federation. But his record overall in 5th sets, Alcaraz, is superb, 9-1 in his favour.
30-0.
That one loss was at the Australian Open, again a couple of years ago to Berrettini. As you said, Mark, you look at the last 2 games, they've both been tight, both been at 30-all, and it's the man who can come up with that bit of extra quality, really sees it, and that's been him in both cases. Complimented Sinner so much, how he plays the big points well, but it's been his opponent those last couple of games who's done that. 30-all each time. Snap forward again there as well.
Conten's.
No worries, mate. Come on. Point.
Wasn't one of his best drop shots, Alcaraz. It had a little bit more depth on it, but still comes out on top.
30.
Sure does. Sinner not able to get enough on that ball.
Dale, dale.
Okay, he's done it the last 2 games from this juncture with 2 winning shots. The number 3 seed.
Needed that. The forehand fires for Sinner. To say that too often from his point of view in the last few minutes.
Well, it's a winner. This time it's from the Italian's end of the court.
He's been comfortably outdone, and as we've shown you before, in the forehand winners as well. But this time, from 30-all, Sinner steps up. Just when you were you're thinking, questioning the Australian Open champion, he's the one to deliver on the board in the decider.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
Gone and produced that. Sinner's threatening to soar here now, to surge with moments like that.
0-15.
Some smaller steps, little shuffle to help create that strong base and thread the backhand up the line.
It's got to be, you look at that corner there, Mark, that's a postage stamp, basically, not far more than that, and he's gone and hit it.
Yeah.
He's licked it there. This is threatening to get really good now.
0-30.
This is turning into a mini surge from Sinner here. The way that he held, how he held from 30-all, and now this.
Just a slight nod, hoping that his charge can remain disciplined. Maintain this one break advantage.
Guessed he was across there, Sinner.
30.
It's a sign of it, isn't it? That, I mean, every game here is going 30-all. On a run, aren't we?
Maybe the first game might have. That's the only one that I have down that hasn't gone to 30-all. Yes, 3 games. Now this one, 4th consecutive game.
40-30.
Still an amazingly positive attitude for Jannik Sinner. It's what Keller expects of the people, the players that he works with in these moments. You've got to help yourself. Body language is still positive for Sinner from what he's gone through in this match with the cramps.
It flies from Alcaraz there. Out of this game yet. And his track record absolutely outstanding. If you think of the number of players Sinner's going to rise to #1, win or lose this. Number of players he's coached to the top ranking, and he's brought to them their games and above all their mentality as well. That's going to be the biggest thing above all in this final set, the mental strength of both being tested here. Hands on hips. It did slip a little bit, but the drop shot again was so well executed from this man. And the touch.
It is walking a fine line.
Juice again.
Égalité.
3 errors from Alcaraz in this game, but he's tried to pull the trigger. Wanting his power, ball striking to see him through this game. I should be saying yes, but
they are.
I'm glad to hear the crowd supportive of that exquisite shot.
Yeah, incredibly brave. That's how he always is. He always takes it on. Eventually through that service game, the Spaniard holding on to the advantage here, the break advantage in this deciding set. Alcaraz over Sinner, 4-1. He really does play his tennis. He's you know, really engaging way, aggressive way, and brave way, to be honest. You look at that ball that he put out of the air for the winner in the what was it, the penultimate point of the last game. Very risky.
Risky and brave, but he is willing to put himself on the line. I think that's what is, as you've said, it captures the essence of Alcaraz. He's willing to run the risk, but he's also prepared, if he ends up in second place, he will go out playing that way.
Close there. Every element there, short, medium and longer length rallies. Well, as always, between these two, it seems you can't take your eyes off this. 3 hours and 49 minutes. Carlos Alcaraz might have the edge here on Jannik Sinner, but it's not decisive as of yet.
Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
It's only one break. Sinner here, though, 1-4 down, serving again.
And Alcaraz back to this positive position. Closer to the baseline.
15-0.
Próxima, un poco más. Te puedes, vamos. Mucho lenguaje ahí, Ánimo. Vamos ahí. León. Muéstrate poderoso, poderoso. ¡Out!
Jammed with the direction of that second serve. The effect that Alcaraz is trying to create for himself is much like Sinner throughout the tournament, has taken on opponent's second serve inside the baseline. It gets the ball back the other end, takes time away from the opponent.
Under 200 there, hitting the spot there for Sinner. Time the counter doesn't even make the net from Alcaraz, and Sinner, straightforward hold.
Alcaraz mène 4-2.
Hay que querer que venga la bola, Hay que querer que venga. Hay que querer.
Still get the feeling here, and at this point, there's a little way to run. Just the previous history of these two current major champions, the matches they've produced. Will have a way to run if Sinner can produce moments like that. First class.
0-15.
And there's that stop. For Sinner, being able to recover. Think of the thick snow and then change the direction around another gate.
Yeah, they've added, of course, as we said many times, in his rise, they've added a lot of muscle as well to him, but still got that, as you say, that background, that ability, those legs as well, the joints, because he's been doing it since he was a kid. So that excellent skiing prowess that he's had helped him there, as you say, a couple of points ago. Short angle, Alcaraz anticipated it.
And the speed of the 21-year-old. It's a miss-hit return, but he doesn't wait for the ball to come to him. Still has enough energy to cut the angle off. Just thump it up the line.
45.
Dale cuerpo, cuerpo. Intensidad, intensidad.
Let premier service.
La otra.
Quarante, 30.
Planea, planea como quieres jugar. A tu plan. Vamos.
At that end, you mentioned Juan Carlos Ferrero through the match. Sometimes it's been more vocal, other times it's been more quiet. Now, at the moment here, because he's at that end, there's a lot coming from him between points. No, not quite enough from Alcaraz that time. He has done Sinner on a number of occasions. Can't get the elevation there. Sinner coming back into this game now.
Yeah, of course, it's the geography of the that Alcaraz is trying to utilize.
Merci.
Just didn't connect with the attempted lob.
Avantage Alcaraz.
I feel for that cheaper point, I'm sure. Have purchase with that serve.
Busca, busca jugar. Juega. Vamos. Adrián.
It's his first serve percentage a little bit down today, and right through the match as well. Actually, his percentages have been really high points in the tournament, but it's still good. And a couple of them there. See him squeak through that service game. Alcaraz here, a game away from the final.
Alcaraz mène 5 jeux à 2.
Yes, first serve percentage actually still very good overall. I mean, it's 65% for the match, but it's just been a little bit down over the course. It's about when you find it, when you produce it, and he did it there. Those last couple of points in particular. To now put the pressure back on Sinner here. This is a look, just backing up what we've been saying here. Alcaraz on average tournament 72% down on that, and Sinner for that matter as well, down today.
Well, and maybe that comes with the semi-finals of Roland-Garros and the respect that they have for each other.
Reprise.
Túmbale, túmbale.
And there's this really intriguing contest here, which is at the cusp of 4 hours of play here on Chatrier. Is it coming to an end? Is Jannik Sinner here going to be denied being, as he would do if he could turn this round, becoming just the third first-time major champion in the Open era to reach at least the final of the following major event? It's been done too often to think of him winning the Australian Open, that first title at Grand Slam level. Still be maintaining hopes here. 2-5 down.
Quinze, 0.
You know yourself, Mark, you've been in this position, obviously, in your career so many times. In this situation, 2-5, 1 breakdown, you just have to break it down.
Exactly. You focus on the one break. Just hold serve here, take care of your end, and then you never know.
times in the match, touch of occasions where Sinner's been in that position with the off forehand approach, and it's not ended up winning the point.
Could be that put down to the data that they provided on each other. There might be a preference for that information given to Alcaraz. Sinner likes that shorter off forehand direction.
Shown the ability to fight back on multiple occasions. Talk about the Australian Open, you know, how he came back as well in that final. Sinner, so he won't be balking at the challenge here of being 2-5. As I say, just the one break.
Quarantaines.
He does do the first part of the job from his point of view.
Alcaraz mène 5-3.
Can he now break Alcaraz here and keep this alive? Or will it be the Spaniard who moves through to the final here for the first time?
Yeah, and if Jannik is feeling some tension, he just has to look down the other end. If it's applicable for him, it's the same for Alcaraz as he steps up to serve.
Serving for a spot in the final then. For the first time here, Carlos Alcaraz 5-3 in the decider.
Accurate with the forehand.
15-0.
Or is it simply braveness?
S'il vous plaît.
Yeah, has he got it? He's very quickly onto it there, Sinner. Yeah, accepted by Alcaraz there. Saw that drop shot so quickly, the Italian.
He did.
Alcaraz, having seen that winner from Sinner, This is a high-quality serve of his own.
Instead of a Sinner winner, we have a Alcaraz ace. Almost.
And there was no holding back there at all. The position he's in, Sinner. He went at that double-hander as hard as he's gone at anything in these 4 hours and 5 minutes.
He hasn't half held back on the two backhands.
That's what makes these two so good as well. In that respect, they both step up in those key moments. Right serve again.
Yeah, does Alcaraz focus on wide and wide? Extract your man further off the court, so the next shot you have, you potentially have the open court.
And Ferrero wanted him to the end last time to do that. He didn't really manage it. Does he go there this time, as you suggest? First match point here for the Spaniard. Again, it's Sinner, to be fair. I mean, stepping up, match point down there.
40.
Yeah, every ball was redlined. It's a serve that has kept Alcaraz alive in this game.
S'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs.
And wide again, not an ace this time. Third time that direction has paid off for Alcaraz to the juice court in succession.
Oh, Mum. Having a tough time watching the conclusion of this 181-kilometer second serve.
Second match point. Well, there were a few there who couldn't look either around the crowd as Alcaraz failed to make that. Tense all round. I'd say his dad looks one of the calmer out there.
Avantage Alcaraz.
Big time serve again to that juice court, sensing that that's maybe where the payoff is, sliding it wide to the Sinner forehand. Oh, is this going to be into the body, you think?
It seems so. He has done it this time. Carlos Alcaraz is into the Roland-Garros final for the first time. These two always play drawn-out, compelling, superb encounters. This one sits in there again. The full 5 sets required. Sinner led by a set on 2 occasions, but It's the Spaniard who prevails. He's always talked about this, about getting to the final here. What a big ambition it was for him to go on and try and match what his coach did and lift the Coupe de Mousquetaire, and he's going to get the chance to do that now, Alcaraz, after this amazing success. Four hours and 9 minutes. Twice from a set down, he wins 6-3 over Sinner in the decider.
Gee, he gave it everything, the Italian. And it takes something special from Carlos Alcaraz today. Able to keep composed after being outplayed in the early stages. Couldn't find his game. A set and a break before igniting the jets. And in particular, what a mighty game that service game at 5-3. The amount of times that he was able to find the corner with the first serve. The second serve packed some punch. And the celebrations in the box of Alcaraz.
Yeah, he could well match his coach's achievement here now. Win this tournament for the first time. Some effort there because he was playing catch-up for large parts. You mentioned how difficult the start was for him. That first set or so as Sinner soared early on. And then the Italian going back in front in that final set. Let's hear from Alcaraz now, speaking to Alex Corretja.
Carlos, you just reached your first Roland-Garros final, suffering, struggling, fighting, but on top of everything, with great attitude from you and from Jannik. Grazie, Jannik. Gracias, Carlitos. Merci beaucoup. Allez, public. How did you learn to win this match? Because you always try to enjoy and to have fun, and today it was all about suffering.
You have to find the joy suffering. I think that's the key. Even more here on clay, here in Roland-Garros, long rallies, 4 hours matches, 5 sets. You have to fight, you have to suffer, but as I taught to my team many times, you have to enjoy suffering.
Was this one of the toughest match you ever played?
Probably. The toughest matches that I've played in my short career has been against Jannik. The US Open 2022, this one, that means the great player that Jannik is, the team that he has as well, the great work he put every day, and I hope to play many more matches like this one against Jannik, but yes, one of the toughest matches that I've played for sure.
They have to play next, so we have to move on, but the beginning, Jannik was playing unbelievable tennis, you didn't find your rhythm, and once you find your rhythm and you played very well, the third set was a little bit weird for everyone because you were struggling, Jannik was struggling. I'm not so sure what happened, if you want to share with us, or if you saw also Jannik having problems.
Yeah, I saw him struggling a little bit, but yeah, I was cramping Jannik as well in the third set, so we had to fight. You know, I learned from last year match against Djokovic that I was in the same position like today, but I know that in this moment you have to be calm. You have to keep going because the cramp is gonna go away, you know, and you have to stay there fighting, trying to make sort of the points. But yeah, it was a little weird, let's say, the third set, but you know, I think that the fourth set and the fifth set, it was a really good match, great points, great tennis, and I'm really happy about everything that I've done today, waiting for my moments until the last moment that I took it.
We have to finish. Carlitos, muchas gracias. Dos palabras rápidas en español para el público. Merci. Rápido.
Bueno, la verdad que a los españoles que hay por aquí, a todos los hispanohablantes, muchísimas gracias por venir. La verdad que me siento un privilegiado poder jugar enfrente de vosotros cada partido y la verdad que muchísimas gracias de corazón. Os espero en la final. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Carlitos Alcaraz, qualifié pour la grande finale de Roland-Garros.